Kerecekian, Avia, they're probably not going to be happy.
No, they're not going to be happy either. No one's going to be happy.
Hi, everybody. No one's going to be happy, like me and this heat. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Which means it's D&D day. It's too hot.
Yeah. Hot. Damn
everyone's
hot. Real hot.
Everyone's warm. Everyone's wham. Everyone's wham and warm.
Everyone's weak.
If I put stuff in my underwear, I could cook things in it.
Everyone, a reminder to stay hydrated throughout today's festivities.
Get a bag of frozen peas and sit on it. Right,
it's recap time.
Oh.
The peas.
Get it. What happened last time?
Well, last time we started off going to the tower, and then we realized, well, Azura's alive. He doesn't seem too badly injured. He spotted, like, some bruising on his scales, and obviously he was very tired. Like, bags for days. And there was... You described it as sort of like a very faded tattoo under his scales from the chained expanse. We couldn't really tell what it was. But he was asleep, so we couldn't ask either. Octavian, very, very concerned, allegedly, asked us if we could get someone from the church to maybe wake him up sooner because he needs to talk to him about something. Zephyr was like, well, yeah, I mean, we can ask Marion, I suppose. Octavian was like, yeah, it's probably best if you ask her and not me. So we left the tower again because, well, Azura was asleep in the twins' laps, so he wasn't going anywhere, and he was seemingly doing fine. So we just let him sleep. We made our way to the churches. Marion was doing cross-stitch outside the church because it was a quiet day. The 1T in church was very active.
I understand now why.
Presumably,
it's definitely not pinch alluding to it's too hot everywhere, so let's celebrate once.
Let's go somewhere else where it's cooler.
Seemingly for the upcoming, soon-to-begin pilgrimage, Avia's church was closed because it hadn't been active for a few days, according to Marianne. And, yeah, we asked Marianne if she could potentially help with the exhaustion. She asked Kerechek about it. Kerechek probably said to her, yeah, that's cool. Just, you need some diamond dust.
Need some diamond dust?
You need some diamonds for that? And Marianne was like, okay, sure. We then revealed that Octavian was the one that asked about it, and we were actually happy to let him sleep it out, but apparently matters were urgent. So Marianne agreed to head to the tower, while next thing we did, went to Poldaran House to locate the statuette that we needed to find, under the guise of wanting to host a party celebrating the opening of the guild house. Zephyr went in to talk to the head of the house, Poldaran, whose name I can never remember because I was going to say Jeremiah, but it's not Jeremiah.
Close, Jeremias.
Jeremias, okay. Who was very, well, as eager as he can be about hosting a party without moving too much. And Zephyr discovered that the statuette we're looking for is somewhere beneath the main building of the compound, very far down. So no idea how to get there yet. I think we then went to the guild house to tell Vitani that there was going to be a party. Vitani was a bit like, oh, a party. Sure, I guess that's great for networking. And Memphis was like, yeah, fine. I'll leave her to you for the rest of the day. No more studying. So I think... I don't actually know. Oh yeah, Jin and Scaff played hide and seek to see who could hide better, while the Dragon Sisters went out to go shopping for dresses. Both found some very nice dresses and jewelry that Jemias totally didn't pay for. And they caught two of the younger ones, or Jin and Scaff caught two of the younger Dragonborn. Each stealing a platinum piece from the drawer of funds that Vitani didn't lock for some reason. She probably just forgot about it. And they were like, well, gotcha. Jin went very dad mode. And was like, you know what? You should probably put your skills to better use and actually train them. And don't steal from your own kind and your own kin.
What's up?
So Papa Page. And then I don't think much else happened, did it? We went to check on Azura again to see if Marianne had been able to work some magic. He did wake up. He was tired as fuck. And he obviously needed more rest. But the twins and Octavian seemed relieved that he was awake in the first place and not hurt, seemingly. Octavian then said that Marianne should come back the next day and do it again, get rid of more exhaustion. She agreed, went back to the church. We all went back to the tower to check on things. We went to Azura's room, greeted him, we're glad that he's back, that he's feeling relatively okay despite the tiredness. And then he just dropped the bomb on us. That he
by the way,
has to sacrifice a soul every 7 days.
Azura, twice cursed.
And if he doesn't for 28 days, I think. Yeah, every week.
Look at the math. 28 days.
28 days, then he has to go back himself. Scaff was big angry and just left. And Zephyra was just kind of like, what the fuck? They told him to go rest some more and we'll figure something out. And then I think Jin and Zeph started heading back to the guild house to meet this ominous person we still have to meet. So, yeah, I think that's where we left it.
Hooray! Hooray! Thank you for the recap. With tempers frayed and minds full of confusion, Azura heads back to bed. Scaff, in the interest of figuring things out, what did you plan to do?
Murder everyone.
You said I got it bad. What?
You just go in you just stormed out to clear your head. You just wanted to make sure in case there was something specific you wanted to do, or are you just...
No, I left the tower and just... Because obviously I know Jin and Zephyra be down themselves, but I just stayed... I didn't go too far from the tower.
Okay. Just went out to get a bit of fresh air, get out the tower, wait for your friends.
Yeah, it's like, shit, they're bed. What is it? Just...
Yeah.
Condemned people to...
Cool. As Jin and Zephyra make their way down the tower, I believe you said you wanted to talk about things not in the tower. So you all reconverge and start making your way back towards the guild house. With... Oh, dear, give me 2 seconds. Apologies. As the music just changed where it was coming from. You make your way back towards the guild house. The worksmen's camps are filling up as the sun starts to go down. Evening approaches with a big day ahead and some news to discuss. You head back to the guild house. Do you want to chat on the way, or should we continue?
Probably best to talk in the guild house.
Yeah. So as I say, the worksmen's camps are starting to fill up. You can tell people are returning from whatever business they've been up to. Some carrying small packages of what could be groceries. Campfires are being lit and stools are being laid out from tents. The usual evenings meet and greet, I suppose, as everyone comes and settles in to prepare for their evening in the camps. Make your way past House Green, and you can see, as you don't necessarily come too close, but as you pass, you can see there is a change of guards outside the front. Once again, Jin, you pick up, more so, I suppose, that the Green Dragon has returned. He seems to be taking up post again this evening.
We'll sure try and, like, when we pass, maybe make eye contact if he's, like, close enough for it.
You probably, if you're heading, straight towards the guild house, you're probably a bit too far away to make any kind of meaningful interaction. You just notice that he's there. He certainly doesn't pay you any attention or notice you. He's just you just see him going to take place at the change of the guards. Quiet as you are, as you all walk together, you make it back to the guild house. You can see that the honour guard that had been stood outside for most of the day, he has been replaced by one of the other members of the honour guard. Door is unlocked as you go inside, and you find Vitani sat behind the desk. No one else in the foyer area. The fire has been lit, so the temperature is warmer inside, but not uncomfortably so. Strange as it may seem to light fires in Kerecekian, it gives more of a homely feel to the guild house, a welcoming environment, rather than to produce the heat. Yeah. Almost sensing the atmosphere amongst the group as you all enter quietly, Vitani looks over. Bad news?
Yeah, you could say that.
Is Azura okay?
Yeah. Well, he's okay physically, for as okay as he can be. He's tired, but
Okay.
it's complicated. And it's gotten even more complicated.
Right.
Cannot catch a break.
Nope.
Tiny glasses, liquid, tiny umbrella, beach, palm trees.
He's going to lose his mind.
Walk over to whatever the sofa area is and just start massaging my head.
I should
Well,
really update you on everything that's going on, shouldn't I?
I'm always here to listen, of course. but don't feel like you have to. I shan't pry into business that's not my own, unless, of course, you want to. Was I to believe you're having a meeting? You did tell me, didn't you, that you wanted a private space? I just wanted to make sure you'd returned okay, and I will be upstairs if you need me, or if you need true privacy, I can head out for a while.
Oh.
It's totally up to you, whatever you need.
Downstairs will suffice, thank you.
Okay. She turns and nods at the honor guard, who now you're inside, you can see there's one posted on the inside. And he nods, gives you all a respectful nod, stern-faced as they always are. And he follows Vitani. Just let me know if you need anything. And they head upstairs.
I'll sit down next to Jin.
I'll probably just pacing backwards and forwards.
I don't know how.
7 days, huh?
I don't know how we're going to solve this. We can't let him do that. You know that.
Nope. I am. This is way out of our depth. I think this pretty much seals our next destination.
Does it?
We need people more attuned than we are. No offense, my dear, and no offense, renewed cleric, arrow shooty, wisdom person. But we need people more our senior.
Pidge, would I remember, like, approximately how long it takes from the mountains to the Great Tree?
On foot, at a normal pace, take about a week. Steady, depending on a simple path straight there on foot. You could obviously get there quicker if you had transport, or if you moved at pace, but then of course pace brings other challenges when it comes to rest, etc. But you imagine at a steady, normal pilgrimage pace, about a week.
I mean, it'll probably take us about a week to get there. From here. Unless we had transportation of some kind.
Do we know when the pilgrims are leaving?
I would have to ask. I don't really know when the Wuntians would go.
It was only not long ago, the conversation. You'd probably recall Marianne seemed to think it'd be in the next couple of days.
Next few days. I think Marianne mentioned something about the next few days.
There's merits in traveling in a group.
Yes.
Which means we have only a couple days to acquire something we need to acquire. That or be forever hunted by a bunch of overgrown, poison, drooling. Yeah. That one lanky guy looked more like a lizard than you do, Scaff. Don't say otherwise.
Not even a crack of a smirk, just...
We've got a couple days to figure out the statue. We need to convince the big guy not to do anything yet. Get to the Great Tree. And see if there's anyone able high enough understanding of these things to get us pointed in the right direction.
I don't. With everything you've just said, we don't even know how or how it works with the
No.
souls that he has to do. He said one every 7 days. What happens if he doesn't deliver one every 7 days? Does that then reduce the time frame? Does something bad happen to him in that 7 days?
He
What?
said it would reduce by 1 day for the next.
But but we still don't know the whole ins and outs of it. It's like if he doesn't deliver one in that 7 days, yes, it might reduce his head, but is then something bad going to happen to him?
We can only
So,
assume.
yes, we may have a full 28-day time limit, but then that's literally then one every single day. Then he would have to then do, which one a day compared to one a week is. It is not ideal. I don't want to be. I just don't even want to think about damning a soul to a realm for eternity.
Problem is, if we let him do that, and we do require some divine help or magical help, we're not 1 point behind in the score, but we're at least a dozen or so. Because we've condemned the soul outside of the chain of death, rebirth.
Yes, I may have got my clerical powers back, as you said, Jin, but I've always been what I am. I've never killed out of the necessity of willing just to kill for the sake of it. I've always killed for a reason. But to damn a soul to eternity,
it's a lot.
Is a different thing.
Which is why we shouldn't allow him to do it.
We do not have. If he's made a deal with some other realmly being, we do not have the means, the might, even the knowledge of even where to begin. I had to literally, to get Zafira's soul, call upon my deity who had to intervene to bring her soul back.
Where?
I don't know where Zafira's soul went.
Well, she coughed up a bunch of seawater, so I can only think it's something watery.
That was my deity, that was Avia who actually intervened into that to bring her soul personally back. To break something like this will be upon that level.
Hence we need someone's, probably.
The Great Tree is our best shot, Scaff. There are four great paladins, each at the head of their church. Plus many skilled clerics, priests and priestesses. It's our best shot.
But
if we allow him to take a life, Scaff, if we allow him even to take one, I don't know what we're condemning him to. Kerecekian might forgive. Even Avia might forgive. But I have the gut feeling we'll need Orphus for this one.
Avia's all about life, my friend.
And she might forgive.
That's a tall ask.
But Orphus, we're taking one away from him. 2, 3, 4. I haven't known death to be forgiving.
I mean, I need to go to the churches again tomorrow anyhow. Maybe we should at least have a visit in Orthus' church.
Maybe
there's a cleric there. We'll have to see. You have your mother's crystal ball. Not only a connection to Kerechek, but also a connection to Orthus.
You did.
Might be helpful.
Just the time frame again.
Yeah.
So we have a job to do still.
We have a job to do. It has to happen tomorrow. We don't have time to delay it.
I was going to say, are we going to go ahead with it, or are we at this point just going to try and just book it to the Great Tree and try and face the consequences at a later date?
If we go with the others of the pilgrimage, we're going to put them at risk being attacked as well if we leave with them.
And if we go alone, we're weaker. We're more likely to get ambushed in the night. The guy runs an intelligence network. He's most likely got people at the tree as well.
We'll have
We
to
won't be
see.
safe.
We need to get this done. It has to be tomorrow. You'll have to find a way down there.
Oh, we do.
I actually have an idea. I'm gonna... Because I have the Ring of Spell Storing. And there's only the level 3 Summon Fae in there. Can I cast a level 2 Locate Object into it?
I believe so. There was the... Forgive me. Oh.
Yeah.
Ah!
Well,
I
clearly
think
not.
it's spells up to level 5, so there's a maximum of 5. So you could put one level 5 spell in there. There's a level 3 spell in there, so it can.
You can put a 2. Yeah, it's just five cumulative slots.
I'll just sort of like turn the ring on my finger while I cast the locate object spell into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you knock off your spell slot, and you guys see as Zephyra concentrates as she fiddles with the ring. Her holy symbol glows briefly and then settles. And the ring glows
invisibility
and settles.
I mean,
For 10 minutes I can go invisible.
I was gonna give one of you the ring.
That'd be good.
Because you'll have to go. You'll have to get yourself familiar with it. Like the other rings you have. And I'll pull it off my finger. And I'll just hold it open in my palm. Whoever wants to take it.
I'll grab it. I'll unequip the Ring of the Stocks.
I'll unequip my Ring of Spell Storing.
We can just pretend that it's in my inventory. It's only gonna be for like a session
if you're just doing it for this, don't
I'll
worry about swapping it on the
yeah.
sheets. Yeah.
Yep.
I will unequip the other ring so I don't get confused.
Yeah.
So once you actually get down below, you'll have an easier time finding it. 10 minutes. Spells for 10 minutes. It's not behind any lead, I can tell you that much. Otherwise the
That's
spell
good.
wouldn't have worked.
Scaff for me can go invisible. Scaff for indefinitely. I can do it for 10 minutes. I still have my potion of greater invisibility.
As you converse and the sun continues to lower and the light dwindles from any available windows, cracks in doors, the light and warmth of the hearth take over the room and turn it into a glowing, flickering orange. Jin, you hear amidst the conversation, quietly, but with your senses attuned as they are. And then Scaff, being alert, you hear Sounds like scratching at the door. Quietly as it is.
I'll get it. I'll move towards the door. Crack it for a little bit so I can look through with just an eye.
Yeah, give me a perception check. I'll say with disad because it's the sun's gone down and you just threw a crack.
Okay. I do have dark vision, remember.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a 14.
14. Nothing seems obvious at the door as you look through a crack.
I'll open it up, and we'll step through the precipice.
As you open the door and step through, you probably just miss it, not necessarily paying that much attention to it, but Scaff and Zafira, you'd probably notice. A small rat skitters in and disappears under the furniture.
G_Biggie_T just redeemed.
I'll look around twice.
Nothing at the door.
Sign frustration. Close the door again.
I'll just sort of point at the furniture the rat went under.
Hydrate, everybody. As Zafira points, kind of have a look. You notice where you would imagine a wild rat, but not necessarily that you see them all that often. Maybe desert rats and the like, but
Not a rat.
not a rat. You notice where a wild rat perhaps might be cowering in a corner or scampering to seek a exit point or better hiding place. You see this rat is almost stood with its back loosely attempting to hide, but not more to obscure itself perhaps. Stood on its hind legs with its back up against the leg of a chair. Not quite thick enough to totally obscure it.
I'll shoot at a glance. We've had better attempts at hiding earlier today.
It lowers down to its fours. Scampers out onto the middle of the red rug and almost sits with all four limbs on the floor. You all hear a couple of quiet squeaks.
We're alone. We can talk here. Sit back down on the couch, just looking at the rat on the floor.
Ginger's talking to a rat sitting on the floor isn't even the craziest thing that's happened in this campaign.
Not even today, in
Not
game.
even today! This is just a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Tuesday. The rat sits and could make out that it seems to nod its head slowly and squeaks a couple of times again.
Weir speaks rat.
I have the spell, Speak with Animals. I'm just seeing if I can cast it on anyone else apart from myself. No, range area, just self. I just cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You see Scaff place a hand on his chest. Is it a ranger spell? It's not a cleric spell, is it? Or do you have it as a ranger spell?
I have it as a spell.
I think it's one of you. It came from your ranger spells.
Yeah. Range area self.
You see as Scaff thinks to himself, looking down at the rat squeaking, places a hand on his chest. You see a couple of very subtle, shadowy tendrils creep up to his throat. The rat squeaks a few more times. Scaff.
Yeah.
Go on.
I was going to say hello to the rats in Ratish.
Ratish.
Squeakle.
Squeak,
Squeakle,
squeak, 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 squeak.
Squeaking.
Squeaking. You see Scaff presents the words, but the sound that you hear are mimicked squeaks of the rat. I see you have the ability to attune your voice. What of the others?
Not so much, as far as I'm aware.
See, it hangs its head briefly, and then looks up at them both, and then back to you. Then perhaps until this becomes more frustrating, you might allow to translate.
I will happily get a quill and paper out, get ready, and so I can show Jin. I don't know if he understands the language at the moment. But whatever the rat transpires, I will show to Jin, and then I'll wait for Jin to effectively reply, which, if the rat understands...
I think you can switch language, can't you, Stu? I think so. You're not locked into rat speech when you
yeah, if you when you speak with that, you can just converse with the animal, but you could still then speak common. The rat says, I am still able to understand the common tongue, but to understand me, you would need to, of course, use your ability. I would prefer to maintain my form, as much like anything. Abilities are limited. But as I say, if it proves more frustrating than anything else, I will revert my form.
Understandable, and we will do our best to converse and this way as we speak.
So a meeting was planned, and I was invited here. For I bring news from Eagle Cliff. I believe that the title of Lord was used. And I am perhaps glad to have found his lordship. Or am I mistaken? You see the rat looks at Jin. Looks at Zafira. Back at Scath.
This would be the third son, the Lord of Dorisai.
See the rat slowly nods.
Guess I'm like curtsy bowing a little to the rat, like.
When the second son was brought back to us, he was deceased. But I'm not sure how aware you are of Eagle Cliff and those that reside there. But Eagle Cliff stands based on a mutual acceptance that at any moment anyone could probably kill anyone else. And through that understanding, peace usually remains. But tentative slips in that peace come whenever a member of leadership falls. Again, I am unaware how much you know of Eagle Cliff, but Shozan Val was head of the Eagle Talon thieves. And when he fell, the Eagle Claw thieves made a play for power. Whilst strength is physical amongst the Eagle Talon thieves, strength comes from magic and druidic abilities within the Eagle Claw. Under the guise of aid, the Eagle Claw approached the Eagle Talon with an offer to help their fallen leader. And without an understanding on what to do, they accepted. The Eagle Claw were able to resurrect Shozan Val using the power of druidic necromancy. Because of this, Shozan Val is no longer deceased, in the means that everyone would understand. I suppose the word animated is probably more appropriate, for he no longer breathes. But he is alive, and you see the rat almost does air quotes. Because of this, though, the Eagle Claw hold dominance over Shozan Val and refuse to relinquish it until the debt is paid. The debt is partly for the cost in materials used to resurrect him, and of course, as you would imagine among thieves, they want profit.
Yep.
I am a drifter, not associated with any of the houses, but I am well known as a being who can get things done. But amongst my work and my reputation, a large amount of trust is required. So I will understand if what I am to offer is not accepted, but that will then leave the future to your lord.
Yep, we understand.
I am sure you are aware that the debt is currently 1,000 gold. I can offer to take that gold to the Eagle Claw and have it paid, which will of course save your own journey. But that, of course, as I say, would need you to trust me to take it to them. If you have any other questions, I can try to answer them.
I will. I'm just going to have a little chat with Jin, and as he obviously asked yourself to be here, obviously this is for him to, well, discuss, but obviously I'll converse with what he says, which you should be able to hear his response.
Of course, I will remind you that I can still understand the common tongue whilst in this form. I just cannot speak it.
So, obviously, I'll speak back in common, and obviously I'll let Jin know what Mr. Rat has just offered and said, with the Eagle Claw resurrecting Val, you know, with the animation.
Well, that's not really what I intended with my gentle repose, but I suppose that's something.
The rat speaks up. Ah, the Eagle Claw were interested in what manner of magic allowed their resurrection to work, for it was only because of... And then he gestures towards Zephyra. The gentle repose that he was able to be resurrected at all.
Yeah.
Animate. What are
At
the...
least when he does his journaling, he technically won't run out of breath anymore.
Priorities, Scath. Oh my Kerechek.
But
My concern with them animating my brother is that 1,000 gold to relinquish control. An animated dead.
The rat speaks up. For clarity, animation is the best way to refer to it in simple terms. Hence the... And he does his air quotes again. Shozan Val is still very much in control of his own self, as if he was revived through clerical means. However, the dominance is more power and strength.
yeah, no, I understand. Thank
That
you.
was
Sir.
my question.
That sounds a lot like Markai, don't you think?
To an extent. Okay, self-control. More of a hostage than a magical.
Yeah,
I can see that.
but it's still 1,000 gold we would need to procure to then.
That's where it starts, Scott. Mr. Rat, what would your fee be?
He takes a breath in. You see his small chest pump, and then relinquish. When I said trust is a part of my business, it is not just trust received, but trust given. Shozan Val owes me his own... kind of cocks his head. Debts. Which I should like to be in receipt of. So I suppose...
Of course he does.
It is in part a favour, so that I can further my own means. There would be no fee, only my word.
Translate, Jin, you're on your ass effectively. Trust effectively is the fee.
Fair enough. The one thing I'm not inclined to give the best of those.
The rat slowly nods. I've heard that many a time. Business with Eagle Cliff is always hard to trust.
I've never had to deal with Eagle Cliff.
I trust in the shenanigans of my brother enough to trust your word in that he owes you something. How long will you be in the city for?
Until a decision is made, but preferably not too long. For the longer I am away, the less patience Eagle Talon and Eagle Claw will have as a collective. The peace is tentative currently, and only due to the fact that they have brought him back. Eagle Talon are at bay. But there will only be so long before they try to take him back by force.
How do you judge your chances?
Whilst they are thieves, unless pressed or taken for folly, there is honour amongst thieves. And as long as the debt is paid in an honest time frame, they should stick to their word. For no one will do business with anyone that breaks their word.
I think the hardest part for us is getting 1,000 gold at the moment for that.
I mean, not really. Very well.
Do you really think they'll give us that amount of gold?
Yeah, we'll figure something out. I'd rather not speak about our options for acquiring money within the esteemed presence of our potential hostage broker.
The rat cracks a smile.
One needs to keep his own secrets, I suppose. Very well. Are you aware when the pilgrimage leave, Mr. Rat? Keep an eye on those. We will probably be joining one of them. That'll be our timeline.
I will not approach you again, but I will respond to the Eagle Cliff summon.
So you'll be shadowing us then? Good to know. Consider this a tentative agreement. Your offer intrigues me. And I trust everyone from Eagle Cliff enough to be truthful about their own greed.
Nods again and cracks a smile.
Very well. We will
Thank you,
speak
Mr.
again
Rat.
before we leave the city.
The rat gets back onto all fours and gives you all a nod individually, starts pattering towards the door.
I'll move towards the door and
Shoot the rat!
crack him a hole to leave through.
You open the door a crack and the rat stops and gives you a couple of pats on the tip of your boot and then scampers outside.
We'll nod at him, close the door. Not the weirdest thing, but top 3?
I mean,
Not even top 10, mate.
he was kind of cute. It was very fluffy.
Top 3.
1,000 gold.
I'll reach for my sending stone that's connected to Doria's sign. This is Lord Chosen Jin. I acquire a brief update and a standing of our coffers. May have a line on the second sun.
A few seconds pass The voice rings through the sending stone. Lord Chosen. The coffers are yet to be tallied until the complete wreckage of the castle has been cleared. Everything in the city remains at peace.
A nod. Alright. There's no tally of our coffers and Jory aside yet. I do hope he understood my meaning. As I will ask again tomorrow.
Fucking hurry up.
Well, get to counting then.
Get to counting, soldier!
Damn.
Alternative means of acquiring gold. I know this won't go into the liking of either of you. Sorry, my dear, but our own funds are not quite reaching enough.
Are they not? How much gold do you have?
Barely 100.
Gaff?
Slightly over 100.
Well,
Close, but
might
not
reach it
that
then.
close.
Well, I
But,
mean, as long as Azura has like 5, I think we could cover it.
Maybe. But I wouldn't want to drain our potential travel supplies either. We need something for the Great Tree and for future endeavors. No, Scaff and me on our first couple days in the city ran into a permanent market stall, I'll just call it. One with certain connections. One that can potentially serve as a fence if we pull the right strings. We're going down in a vault. If we wanted to make the disappearance of the statuette seem like a random robbery and not potentially point to the one direction that it could probably point to, which he's probably aware of a certain other house wanting his statue. He might be fat, but he's not dumb. So we might get away with gem 2. Maybe a little bag of random assortments. Maybe smash a pot or two.
I don't really want to try and sell that statue.
Oh no, I'm not talking about selling the statues, Ska. But there's more valuables in the vault than just one single statue, don't you think?
God, I hope so.
I'll start a cracking of laughter. All I'm saying is,
Imagine if we did that and it turned out he was absolutely broke.
honestly, Scaff, that would be the most hilarious thing.
But that would be worth knowledge.
Its own reward.
That we could then approach him. It's like, we know your secret. How much?
No, I'd approach the green guys and offer them for a slight bonus additional information. Don't rat your own theft out to the guy you just stole from.
Sometimes brazenness works.
Hey, I know you got stolen from yesterday evening. Wasn't us. A wink. Don't see the money right now, is my least concern. I think we can get the money quite easily. Even if we really needed to, we can probably earn a few gold from escorting pilgrims.
Honestly, at this point, I'm convinced, Doctor. We could just ask.
Azura would have to ask, Scaff.
But honestly,
I don't think either of us should ask.
I think
think-
Octavian.
If anything, Azura should probably be the one asking.
If anything, I'm in debt because he spent so much money trying to kill my family.
What's
And sort of failed spectacularly, except for the one he did not want to kill. You know?
don't we still technically have one of them darts?
Probably.
And
Who do you want to kill?
We could sell that dart for that. I mean, it were worth about 1,000 gold.
True. Could sell it back to Octavian.
I mean, it's not the worst idea we've ever thought of. But
Don't make me do the sale, though. I'm more likely to jam it in his neck than anything else.
I mean, I can at least contribute somewhat. We still need to contribute our own funds.
Oh, maybe.
I agree we shouldn't spend all of it, but
I'm saying is we should have some gold for when we reach the great tree. We might need to purchase potions, scrolls, travel supplies for the ruins afterwards.
if we ever get that far at this point,
Knowing our luck, we will, but I don't know. I wouldn't know to tell you how. And in what state. I might be missing an arm at that point.
it can match your dad at that point.
no. Let's not. Scaff, let's not.
No.
You know what I'm kind of expecting at this point? I'm kind of expecting us to arrive at the Great Tree and your father's having a grand time there. Getting himself patched up again.
I mean, perhaps, but that would just even the odds in whatever we need to do.
I mean,
I would need to do.
It's not like they would turn him away.
I also need some gold for the tracking that I would want the newly reopened guild to do for me.
Yes.
We're already
Need at least
spending
100,
money we don't have.
I am aware,
We-
Scaff.
I think we need to cross that bridge once we do the job tomorrow, because that's the only way then we can. I realistically say.
I mean, yeah, but we need to go into the job with the expectation to get more out of the job than just the statue. If we don't do that, we don't steal more than we came
I mean, you kind of seem to forget that we're better off than you think, Scaff.
Expect the unexpected. That way, you can never be disappointed. A bit of wisdom for you there.
I'll tentatively agree with that wisdom.
Right. Anyways, it's not like we're going to run out of money unless we spend it all on Val.
Yes. In which case, we'll be left to the.
I would
kindness
say
of
that it is
strangers
worth
to
it.
Feed in houses.
Is it worth it? I mean, listen, she might not have liked him, but she didn't want him to die, okay?
Do we really want him back?
What's that? Was that a ghost? What?
We've got 2 out of the 3 brothers. Do we really need a third?
As much as I hate the little shit, I love him too.
Yeah, there's no hate in your heart for this man. I've seen the way you talk to each other when you're in stocks. Can't imagine what it's like when you're not in stocks.
I love and hate the little shit.
He's older than you. Why do you call him a little shit?
He's shorter than I am.
It was hard to tell you were in the
He
stocks.
also never had the same reach. And I could always beat him in a fist. He'll never admit it to you.
Nah, I didn't think he would.
Ugh. How I just after it.
No rest for whatever the Kerecekian hell we are.
What did we
Wicked.
do to deserve this? All this shit.
We agreed to leave Salgard in the first place.
We gave up on the simple life. That's what we did.
But I mean, it's
We ran away from home. That's
a
what
lot
we
of.
did.
I mean, a lot of things. Life's kind of. It's gotten very, very exciting compared to Salgard, but I would like to think that not all of it was terrible.
Oh, it was terrible. To be
Well,
fair.
yes, but not
You-
all of it.
I said
You are
not all of it was
technically
terrible, to
right.
be fair.
And we've gotten a lot closer as a group.
Don't remind me.
Oh, come on, man. You're included.
You missed your sleepless nights.
Not like that, Scaff.
One of you clearly meant it that way.
Figure out who.
Oh, Jesus
Get a
Christ.
room, you two. Damn.
Above table, quick bio. My body's rebelling. No!
We're belling. Well, I do hope you find a way down there. I didn't see any obvious stairs, but then again, I've never been to the main. I've never been down there.
Well, thankfully, we've got Jin's all-seeing eye thing, or whatever it is.
Mm.
So as we're invisible, obviously, he can see if there's any hidden doors. Which is handy enough. And then between me and Jin, obviously, we can easily be undetected.
I'll keep the big man busy. Meaningless conversation. Fine enough distraction, I think.
Speaking of, obviously, big guy, what are we going to do with the big guy? Are we going to take him with us on this job, or...?
Oh, we're with our big guy, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see how he feels tomorrow. I mean, he could probably use, like... I mean... he might enjoy the distraction, to be fair. Knowing what little I do of Jemias, he sure loves good food. And drink. And pretty women. So, there's probably going to be plenty of that.
I have no doubt in my mind there will be.
Honestly,
So,
I'd say we don't tell him about the statuette. We'll just take him to enjoy the party. I'll keep an eye on him.
yeah. I think he definitely needs a distraction at the moment. I just love to know what went through his mind to just agree to that deal.
And he was probably desperate to get out of there.
How are you
Can you
feeling
to
about
pigeon?
that?
Thank you. Scaff, give me a wisdom save.
Oh, shit, I need my dice. 1 sec.
+4 because you're in the room with Zafira.
Or within 10 feet.
Well, yeah. Unless you're on the other side of the room, then get fucked.
Oi, what do you think about that? Well? Squeeze back.
Let's have a private conversation across the room.
Yeah.
Said wisdom, did you say?
Yes, mate.
That'll be 24.
Cool.
Well, it's a really tough spot because I can't allow him to do that. If I did, that's sort of just defeats the entire purpose of my oath. I can't let him do that. I can't allow him to do that. But on the other hand, I don't want him to die.
We don't want none of us to die, but...
No, but, I mean... if we stop him from doing it, and he has to go back himself. I mean, I guess the greater picture is however many souls for however long this is going to go on against his. But then we also have the emotional attachment that he's been our friend for years.
Scath, you feel a tingle down your spine. And you hear a quiet voice in the back of your mind, but not like you're used to when you're sent a message. It's more like a feeling that's given word. It just whispers, "You're being watched."
Just what he said. You're being watched.
Yeah.
Not a fault in my stride. Just carry on talking to Zafira and Jin. And then just as if I'm casual, like, looking around, because obviously we're talking about quite a sensitive subject. Like, move my head as if, like, I'm not happy, but having a look around. See if I can see anything.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Perception? Nah, mate, I didn't see shit.
Cool.
How do I say this discreetly?
A quiet sound of the desert crickets, I suppose, creeps in.
What's going on, Scott?
You know, it'll be a good present. I think we should get the big guy a present, to be fair. Something to just take his mind off something.
What do you give a guy that just came back from, well, literal hell
Well,
and is now condemned to do evil things? Give him flowers?
we could give him a fish in a bowl.
But where do you get a fish here that's alive?
I mean, there's a couple of little tropical ponds we could get a fish in a bowl in.
What do we do with a fish in a bowl, Scath?
Well,
Hang it on a stick so you can travel with.
the whole purpose
we're gonna just boil the fish while we're wandering the desert. Lovely.
the whole point
Lunch.
of a fish in a bowl is to have somebody, make them feel better about themselves.
Well, by reminding them of another being's imprisonment.
Scath, I don't know if that's the meaning we would like to convey.
Hey, here's this fish in a bowl. It'll remind you of what you'll be if you don't do these things.
Just so you don't forget.
Look, I think
We're not going to allow you to do those things, so I mean.
We're just dangling the carrot in front of your face now. I don't know. I mean, he's got good food. He's got a comfortable bed. He's got 2 women. I mean, what could we possibly give him right now?
Fish in a bowl.
If you say so. What, is he gonna, like, watch it go around in circles or something? And think, like, oh, this is so soothing.
Give him a giant hammer.
You know, when you give somebody the fish in a bowl present, it's, you know, it's a good way to look or watch something.
Sorry, I just love Scaff trying to explain this.
I hate all of yous.
Fireball.
To watch it go in circles, or
I mean, it's like you watch a fire and it just soothes your soul.
Give
Does
him
it?
an egg. We'll give him
yeah.
an
For
egg.
I mean, I
We'll-
bet it does soothe your soul, Scaff. But
It's gonna be funny. We'll give him an egg, and we'll have him take care of the egg. And if the egg breaks, you fail.
like, just gently put it in his jaws, and he has to carry it around without breaking it.
Put it on his tongue and
Gently hold egg.
Anyway, we should probably rest up, think about all the fucking shit that's happened this day. Check up on the big guy in the morning.
That armor's still at Magda's. I'll have to get it. Not tomorrow, though, because we're going to a party. Ugh.
Take
Where are we
the
gonna
couch.
sleep? Couch?
I doubt your sister minds.
How many couches are there? Did you-
Downstairs, if you imagine like the front foyer of the guild house as a rectangle, bird's eye, you've got the door kind of the bottom left, bay window bottom right, and then around the bay there's like couches, and there's like a couple of tables with chairs so people can sit and do writing if they need. Then in the middle there's the large rug and the fire, bit of an open area if there's a queue, and then there's the desk at the top. So there's a couple of couches if you wanted to sleep on them. There's a table, there's floor space.
no, just no snuggling tonight.
Oh, the snuggling just now.
Ugh.
I mean, the sofas do look pretty comfy. I've definitely slept on worse.
Same.
Slept on the sand.
Although I might feel a little bit exposed
Sand
on the
gets
couch, though.
everywhere.
You can.
I mean, you can roll up on the carpet if you want.
No, it's just. I don't know. I'd feel like I'm being watched. Sleeping on the sofa.
Oh.
Can I? He emphasizes what I'm guessing.
Feel like I'm being watched.
Can I
On the
inside
couch.
him to see
Yeah,
how
yeah.
desperate he is trying to like?
Give me an insight check. I suppose, Scaff, give me a persuasion to
Oh, I will
see how
inside
well
too.
you
I'm shit at it,
emphasize
but
the...
I have an 8.
Yeah, Scaff's just chatting.
Persuasion. Oh shit! I've got a -2 to persuasion.
23.
11.
I mean, like, yeah, he definitely emphasised watched, and he's been talking about fish in a bowl with a little too much. Yeah. Was
Can I do a perception check to see if I can figure out if there's anything amiss in our environment?
yeah, give me a perception check.
So that means 29?
Nothing
Yeah.
seems amiss in the environment.
Well, at least nobody is in the fishbowl.
Ah,
I came out very late. You guys are talking nonsense. Big
you see what I mean by a fishbowl being a good present?
Perfect gift. I mean, I would
Starts to
still
stretch out on one
argue-
of the couches. Just let them talk about their stupid fish bowls or whatever.
I'd still argue giving him a bouquet of flowers is probably better. Like, hey, welcome back, buddy. But we need to find some flowers first.
It would be easy to find fish.
I mean, I just checked. There is no fish in the bowl.
Anyway, lie on one of the couches and just kicking my feet up.
As you all rest your heads for an evening's rest. Azura, give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Absolutely. Well, it didn't matter which dice I took off. They were both a 3. So that's 7.
7, even with a 7, as you drift off to slumber. Very faintly, in the back of your mind, you hear a quiet, yet familiar skittering. And just as your consciousness slips, you hear a whispered 6. And you all get a long rest. Hooray! Azura, you awaken in the morning.
Do I remove one of the exhaustions?
Yeah. Bear with me. Well, while you're at it, you can remove 2. Because you awaken in the morning with a complete disregard for any privacy you may have wanted. Your eyes flicker open with renewed rest as you notice, flanking the bed, Octavian, Andre, Beanash, and Marianne, who, to save on time and to allow you to capitalise on your first full day in what feels like forever, and to get a couple of coffers donation towards the church, perhaps. Marianne was prompt at first light upon the renewal of her powers, and she has restored you once again. As you come to consciousness, you hear in Draconic, Octavian, Mercy. Marianne nods. You see a small leather pouch cross hands from Octavian to Marianne. As the light creeping in through the window catches the flickering, disappearing, remaining elements of the dust. Marianne, not quite noticing that you're fully awake, turns and leaves. You hear Octavian instruct his daughters to fetch some food and drink for the morning. And he stands at the foot of the bed, awaiting your awaken. Do you awaken, or do you choose to pretend not to be awake?
No, I'll wake up, sort of turn to sit on the side of the bed, and I'll stand up and have a big stretch because I probably need it.
Yeah. Standing tall, feeling completely renewed. The the tiredness that you felt, perhaps lingering far too long, you may feel like you never feel rested again. You feel absolutely fine. Ah, my prince. I see that you are feeling better.
You wouldn't believe. I don't know. I'll turn to Marianne.
As she's left, the girls have all left. It's just you and Octavian left in the room.
I don't know what was done, but I feel like a new man.
The great restoration is powerful.
Yeah, I definitely need to give thanks to her for that. But thanks to you as well.
Of course, is bringing you back to full strength. The cost was not important.
To me it was. I owe you a debt. If there's anything that I can do for you, feel free to ask.
You see, you just clock a small smirk just comes across his face, and he kind of hangs his head and nods. This is welcomed. I am sure that you will want to go and see your friends as soon as possible. But perhaps you can allow me a moment of your time before you leave.
After what you have done, that would be the minimum I could do for you. Please, speak. What was it you wish?
I know that it has only been a few days, but the importance of our first meeting and the things that we spoke about, they still loom. I know that you no doubt have more pressing things that you want to deal with, and well, I won't push too hard, but I would like to remind you that I still need a decision regarding our ancestor.
Our ancestor?
Well, forgive me. Yours are my prince.
Can I insight him to see if he's trying to backpedal on what he said? Or...
Give me an insight.
Mm, 14.
He seems to have genuinely misspoken, but it doesn't seem like he was being like snidey about anything. He's, you know how important it is to him, so he's probably just misspoken.
Yeah, that's true, and it has not left my mind. It has been there, even with everything else that has happened.
I appreciate that you have been through untold pains that I won't hold, but
believe me when I say where I've just come back from is somewhere you don't want to go. It is a literal hell.
Perhaps it is a further testament to your strength and your resolve that you were able to come back at all.
There was times when I felt that I was close to giving up, but it was then that I received a message from my friends. They renewed a strength in me that was waning, and I hope I'm not disappointing them.
He kind of reaches out to pat you on the shoulder. I am sure that the care that they show for you is a testament to your friendship. But, of course, whilst time is always of the essence, I will not press you for a decision. But please, if you can find it within you to make one, it would be appreciated.
With everything that's happened over the last few days, I will need to talk with my friends again in depth with it about this before I make the decision, but one will be forthcoming.
Thank you for that. The girls are going to bring some refreshment. Of course, you are always welcome in the tower, but no doubt you want to find your friends and enjoy your day.
Another question. When I was brought here after returning, does anyone have any of my stuff?
Yes, once you had disappeared, my guards brought all of your things inside the tower.
Yeah, because I didn't have any of it there, and I don't think I returned with it.
He nods and kind of gestures, moves for the doorway. Starts down the corridor and leads you to his main room. He opens the double doors and walks in. The two guards posted outside give you a friendly nod as you pass. Laid out on the table in the middle is your gear.
I'll start putting my backpack and everything on, and I'll leave the sword until last, and when I've finished, out of respect for being given it by Jin, I'll kneel down in front of it, pick it with both hands, and then just feel it again in my holding it in the two hands, and then think what it could potentially have to do in the future, and then like and I'll just sigh and slowly sling it over my back. And I'll stand up. Thank you, Octavian. Yeah, I think I'll maybe just have some water or anything before I go. I need to find my friends. I imagine I don't even know where they're staying now. I can't remember.
The last report I received was that they went back to the guild house. Kind of pauses with you not knowing. It is in the southeast of the city, beyond Ausgulreen, south of the marketplace, past the workmen's camps.
Easy to find?
Yes. As you're talking, the girls come in, carrying trays of fruit and cold meats, a jug of juice, fruit juice. It's good to see that you are back and well, Azura.
It's not. Thank you. I believe I have you and your sister to thank for the care. I appreciate that.
Anything we can do for our prince? You need just ask.
Well, that is good to know, and I will keep that in mind. Thank you very much. Actually, I could do with some drinking and maybe have some fruit. For some reason, I don't feel massively hungry. I don't know why, even though I've not properly eaten. But I'll take something. I'll just walk up and grab a couple of pieces of fruit and pour a glass of juice.
Will you need someone to show you where to go, or do you think you will find it yourself?
Well, I think you said it's to the south, past House Gulreen.
Yes, just
Past
past the works camp, and it is in the southeast corner of the city. You will find it.
No, I wouldn't want to trouble any of your men. They probably have other things they need to do. I'm sure I'll find it easy enough. But thank you.
Well, currently I have no plans, so if you need to speak to me about anything, I will be here.
As I say, I'll need to speak to my friends about the issue, and I will come back with some information soon. I'll just finish up in I probably should head off to the guild house. But again, thank you for your hospitality and taking care of me.
Gives you like a respectful half bow and a smile. Turns and walks over to his balcony. The girls kind of loosely follow you as you make your way out. Not to be overbearing, but they follow you. As you make your way out, double doors are closed. You head down those familiar stairs. Out to the front. Out into the fresh morning air.
Take a deep breath in of the air and like, okay. And I will head in the direction I was told that the guild house is.
Cool. Flicking back a short while as the sunlight creeps in through the bay window, no doubt awakening you all. You awaken to the smell of some kind of mystery meat being fried.
Hey, is it elf? Is it orc?
Is it red? Is it goblin? Is it hobgoblin? Like those toes they gave out in the mountains? Like snacks?
As you awaken, you see
Nope.
on the front desk a couple of plates of fried meat and a jug or two of water have been placed.
Oh. I like waking up to this.
Long stretch. Oh.
What can I do?
Morning. Already time. Oh.
First light.
Great. Wait, did you do your forms yet?
Not today.
Oh.
We're slacking.
Leave him
The
alone.
city. It doesn't fill me with enough calm in order to do them.
Sit
So
up.
today's the day.
Just like sit up, very like still sleepy. Just put my head on Jin's shoulder, like, oh.
So, I want you to picture the following thing in your head.
Oh.
We gotta tell the big guy we're planning to switch ownership of a statuette that's currently owned by someone else.
I was not gonna tell him. I was just gonna take him to a party. Lots of food and drink and women.
I think that would be the better distraction than telling him we're off to go do a secret mission.
And what? Him finding out halfway through the party that we've fucked everything up and we now need more than just a food, drink, and women distraction?
You're not gonna fuck up. You're both
Well,
very
you-
capable. Just don't set anything on fire. And don't stub your toe on things. It's fine.
Have we thought about the possibility of running into anything magical that, no offense, Gaff, we're not going to be able to do anything about?
I mean, I couldn't do anything about it either. Can you dispel magic, Scott?
When you say dispel,
Mm.
I don't mean apply forehead. Because then I would like to bring the big guy because he can take more of a hit.
but the whole point of us going is to be stealthy and your perception good enough that we can disarm it before we have to set it off.
I'll remind you the last time we had to disarm a trap. Sure, it was a military grade trap. I'll give you that. But it almost disintegrated us.
I mean, he just really struck me as the magical kind. Oh, good idea.
He strikes me as the kind of greedy that he would absolutely implode his own vault in order to prevent other people from getting their hands on his wealth.
Mm.
None of
You
us.
remember he bankrolled the destruction of Doria's Sai, right?
None of us
20
can
years?
dispel magic, Jin.
No, I'm aware. Just having somebody more magically inclined. You know what? Fine, we'll go in there, Scaff. We'll blow up, and we'll look on from
You're
above
not going to blow up.
in the cycle of death, and we'll wish our remaining compatriots the best of luck. Anyway, joking aside,
Look, if
Scaff
we
and me
die,
got this.
Can
if we
not
if we
be
die,
terribly pessimistic.
Jin, if we die, I'll give you permission to kill me.
I'll give her like a goblet. I'll give her like a goblet of water.
Mm. Downs it in one go.
Refills it. Gives it
You're not allowed to die, okay?
And plus,
Because I mean, imagine if you died. Looks at Jen. You know who Doris I would go to? Do you really want that?
Well, I'm assuming we're talking about Knack here, not Val.
I mean, no, I don't think Nak would want it. To be fair,
And Val will still be enslaved by whoever, so he can't.
The magicless baker.
I mean, he was actually trained for this. I wasn't.
Be fine. Just, you're not gonna die. Can we not be terribly pessimistic about everything we're trying to do?
Right. From today, Jin, everything's going to go in our favour. Everything's just going to work out absolutely amazingly.
Well, I wouldn't be that
From
optimistic either. Just not as pessimistic.
Scaff, have you visited any market stalls with strange ladies trying to sell you crystals recently? Or
We're always like
everything okay?
we're always swinging so violently. We're either overly optimistic or terribly pessimistic. Can we just meet in the middle?
Yeah, we're going to be fine today.
And we're just gonna go by what Scaff used to say before he got wise. It is what it is.
Be
Read.
Be
So I do remember correctly, we talked to a rat yesterday. Yes.
Yeah.
Squeaking. Yeah.
Tweeka, yeah.
Yeah.
It was very cute.
I didn't imagine that.
No.
Okay.
As you all
Oh, did we?
talk, the smell of fried mystery meat on the air. Jin, you first, but then everyone else. You hear a couple of footprints approach on the front wooden porch of the guild house.
We're not open.
As Azura arrives outside.
Come back in. Time is it? 7. Come back in 2 hours. We open at 9.
Like, call to the owner, got outside. Who is it?
Do I recognize the voices through the door?
Yeah.
It's a big blue guy who I think you know.
Which one? There's many big blue guys in this city.
Not like me.
4
There ain't.
hours.
There's only one of me.
Business or pleasure?
Well, normally I would say talking to you guys is a pleasure, but I'm not doing it through a door, and I'll try to open the door.
Yeah. Open the door. Swings open. You're greeted by the smell of fried mystery meat and the visage of your newly waking friends.
Can I, like, lift a piece of mystery meat in 2 claws and have a look what it is?
It's fried meat. It kind of looks like bacon. Doesn't
Sniff.
smell like bacon.
Tell me what it is after you eat it.
Okay. She was on it. What is it?
So give me a nature check or a history check with advantage.
Oh boy.
Oh, history. check.
no.
History!
Ugh.
Guys, no!
It's only because you ate it first.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
What did I get for a 19 on history?
It's boar. Wild boar.
I'm like, well, it's not a humanoid, so that's good. 4.
That's still okay.
I panicked
I'll
then.
take some as well. Can I
I'm
be
worried,
concerned?
I'm worried that you
like-
can actually differentiate between them. But
I mean, it's almost a bit like orc. I'm not
I mean,
quite. Orc is
You
tough.
remember her
how
previous
would
diet,
you
right?
know? How would you know?
How?
Still doesn't know.
He doesn't know still.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
I mean, it still disturbs me, but
We'll just talk about
Oh,
it after
no.
breakfast. Don't worry about it.
So welcome back, Azura. I'm glad you're looking.
Such a funny
Chipper.
story.
money.
I hope you have some water, have some more, and we gotta fill you in on a few things there, big guy.
Okay.
Maybe more than a few.
Well, I have had some fruit and fruit juice already, so I'm not massively hungry. But yeah, I'll have a bit of this boar and
Or
sit down.
It is
With-
boar. I promised.
Yeah, so I'll just put a couple of pieces on the plate and pour myself a glass of water. So, is your story any more interesting than my current one is?
You were gone for like what, 2 or 3 days?
3 days.
3 days, and a lot has happened in those 3 days.
So I will
I mean-
start retelling.
Oh, you
With-
should start with the good news.
We have good news.
Your brother Jin.
Val is alive, but he's reanimated by druidic magic. He may not actually be alive, but it's like the best
He's like
description we
Markai.
have.
Oh.
Maybe like Markai, maybe not. We have to pay 1,000 gold to get him released. So that's what we're currently working on. But
So-
good news, he's alive.
He's not dead, but he's not alive. What?
I mean, it's good news. He's alive.
Yes.
Let's say he's under his own will still, so he's not being controlled. He's just being held hostage.
Oh,
So I mean,
I guess it just means you can really be really, really good at a hold your breath contest.
All we're saying is he'll never
See,
get
but that would
tired
benefit
of
him.
journaling.
Yeah, that'd be
yeah,
better that way.
His
Yeah.
journaling skill will
he
be
can never
well,
can never get tired while journaling.
Or that.
I wonder
Yeah.
about how much he's going to write.
So many books. So many books.
So many books, diaries
Other good
full.
news.
books,
The other good news, we have
novels.
a party tonight.
Yeah, there's a party tonight.
I thought it was this afternoon.
But yeah, afternoon tonight.
Oh, it's
I'm
Goes
guessing-
for a while.
I'm guessing he's probably going to start at somewhat late afternoon and then go through the night until everyone's too tired. You know, it's a good party.
okay. Party sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could certainly do with that.
I mean, knowing Demise, there's going to be lots of food, lots of drink, and
Who's-
lots
who's
of
this?
women. Oh, the head of House Taldarin.
I think
Yeah.
I've
Guy,
seen him.
blue.
Big guy
Ah.
blue has trouble walking.
Oh, he was at the thing
Yeah.
with the deciding of the. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
He was big.
It's the sponsor of the Guild House.
Yeah. Oh,
Strange resemblance
Cool.
to a slug somehow. I don't know why.
cool. Okay.
I still wonder if he has a Princess Leia somewhere.
Probably. Don't question.
No. Imagine if he's got a Princess Leia tied up in his vault.
No. In his vault? He's not gonna make it down and back up those stairs. If there are
Prized
stairs.
possessions.
He's got a vault.
We
I'm just saying that as like a metaphor. Like everyone's got a vault, but it's like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
tied
So
up.
the
Oh,
run up to this was we saved the children from being executed.
Yeah, we did.
All thanks to Severa here and our cunning negotiation skills.
Trying to
Believe it or
remember
not,
things that
Scaff
happened before I went.
Believe it or not, Scaff actually convinced Octavian.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder what you did. Scaff.
like I say, when I need to be, I can be very persuasive. Alexa,
Doubt.
off.
It was Alexa.
Persuaded that, yeah.
It was Alexa. Scaff, who are you talking to? Are you seeing things?
Are you okay?
I feel like I'm being watched again.
Are you Never
Checked
mind.
last night. There's no fish in the bowl.
Anyways,
Azura,
party,
Azura,
we...
as a present, hang on, as a present, would you like a fish in a bowl as a present?
Why the fuck would I want to fish in a bowl?
See, I told you we should have
Valid.
gone with a bouquet of
Valid.
flowers.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, but
But, anyways, we got
in this case, it just die.
we got every head of every house to agree that the young ones from my clan would not be executed, but instead the ones that were found guilty were sent to Doriu's side to help rebuild the castle. And quite a few others of my kin went along with them to find
Right.
their own place in the world and what they
Oh,
wanted to do.
because of what happened that night.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to remember everything because.
Yeah. And yeah, Vitania's taken quite well to her new role as the guildmaster with the help of Memphis.
This is the guild. Yes. So
Yes.
she runs this place.
She does.
Excellent.
Together with Memphis at the moment.
Right. Okay.
Scribe from Gilgan.
Did we? Oh, this is kind of a buff tale. Did Shin and Scath ever tell Zephyria and Azura about the situation in Loctopian with Nak and
I think we did.
Didn't tell me.
Sarazilla?
No, not you, because
Yeah,
you're already
you
in
were.
some
Yeah,
changed
yeah, oh
stance.
yeah. That was so long ago. Now I'm like above tail. That was so long ago. Now I'm like, wait, was that before or after?
More good news. My brother's taken up baking.
The
Yeah.
oldest brother.
Yeah, the oldest brother. Yeah, he's taking up baking.
Okay.
Yeah, and he may have a shot at becoming the guild master in Torpedo.
I mean, he says shot. I'd say a good. I'd say it's probably 95%.
Yeah.
That's good news.
Yeah,
I mean,
Maybe he has to
I
deal
feel.
with that crazy hat person.
Let's not
As long
start
as he
with
doesn't draw
Ulysses.
any. As long as he
Crazy.
doesn't draw any cards.
Oh, yeah.
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 Let's
He's still
not talk about
magicless, though.
Ulysses.
Still magicless.
Perhaps just if you get a chance to let your brother know if that dude does offer him some cards, just say no.
I think we did.
I hope so.
There's a lot happened. I don't remember the specifics, but I think we had a conversation about cards. He's equating baking to casting magic, so he's on going down an interesting rabbit hole. His mind occupied.
You should get him
I
to
guess that's
get
not
in
too
touch with the
far-fetched.
baker from Saugard, give him some tips.
Oh,
See, that's what we were
too.
thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Borland is a wizard too, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I should hire Borland for Dorius.
You
Jonathan,
should
the captain,
actually.
would let him go.
Oh my god, he should open like a chain in every city of Kerechek, just a bakery, just a Borland's bakery.
I want him exclusively in Dorius. The attraction. Anyway.
Brilliant. With morning reunions going well, and the smell of mystery, no longer mystery, fried boar, lingering on the air, we will take a break. 8 o'clock. So we'll disappear for, what do we want, a 10, 15? Go for a 15, come back at 15:15.
15 is good, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone for watching. CX, thanks for lurking, my boy. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. And we'll see you all in 15 minutes.
50.
Oh, and a welcome back from the break to the warmth. As you all remain in the breakfast, the breakfast fragranced foyer hall of the guild house, conversations and reunions with Azura. Coming from the back, where the fragrance originated, you see, wearing a set of comfortable, common clothes. A change from her leathers. And wearing a small apron covered in spats of fry grease. Guildmaster Vitani appears with a little bit of boar hanging out of the side of her mouth. Humming to herself, she carries a few more slitherings of fried meat. Oh. Tucks the meat into her mouth, swallows it quickly. I was in a world of my own and wasn't aware you were awake.
Morning.
Looks at the plates to see that some of the meat has been imbibed already.
Good.
It is?
It is.
Good. I don't have a lot of experience with frying meat. Anyway, she puts the plate on the desk. Kind of rubs her hands on the apron. Azura. Hello. It's nice to see you back. You're looking well? Rested?
Stand up, face in, just give her a low bow and yes. I'm feeling a lot better than I was. It's
Good.
Good to be back, and it's a pleasure to be meeting you properly, because I didn't really get much of a chance.
Yes, well, I suppose I've had to make a few changes these last couple of days, and with my sister's help, she's helped ease me into, well, civilization, I suppose. Learning the ropes from Mephis, but today is party day. She kind of looks wide-eyed at Zafira.
Oh.
We have dresses to collect at noon, and
Wait, am I going to have to dress up for this?
I mean, as long as you're wearing something clean.
comfortable.
I think all I have is the Doria Sai outfit. It should be all right. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, you could also probably just ask Octavian if he asks something for a bath, and then also just some clean clothes.
he's probably got something quite fancy.
I mean, you don't need to overdress. Like, you don't need to dress up.
Party. How often do I get a chance to do this?
Fair enough.
It is true. It is true.
I mean, we are celebrating the opening of the guild, so
That
we do
is
want to
true.
That we are.
Oh, well then.
Yes, yes. Well, as Zafira has said, it will be a good opportunity for me to do some networking and bring attention to the guild house's opening, so people can start bringing their business, and we can start offering work. And I'm nervous but excited. I'm sure it will all go fine. everyone will just have to work to within my patience, I suppose. But no, I am looking forward to it.
Well, you're the boss here, so don't let anyone put you under pressure.
Yes, precisely. I know, Azura. That is, whilst there's an important job to do, everyone will have to learn quite quickly that I am very capable, but learning. So.
Speaking of networking, have you heard anything from other guild houses yet?
I've not. I'm not quite sure, other than Parchment and Quill, how liaison works. Whether there is magical means to be acquired, I'm not quite sure, since the... Well, that is a good point. I will reach out to... I believe, is it Locktorpian? It would be the nearest.
Yes, that would be the closest one, yes.
Okay. See how their opening is going.
That's going to be interesting, because I imagine you're going to be dealing with his siblings, points at Scaff, and his brother, points at Jin.
Oh. Well. Should be quite fortuitous then, that we've all got family working in the north.
Kerechek is seemingly small after all.
Yes, my sister is the captain of the guard in Locktorpian.
Right. Okay. Good to know. And you say Jin's brother...
The oldest brother, Nak, yes.
Okay. Well,
Most
I suppose...
likely. I mean, it wasn't 100%, but I don't know if there's many more qualified.
Good. Well, that alleviates some of the lingering concerns when it comes to networking, I suppose. Having people that are, well, familiar by proxy, at least. Ah, good news indeed. Well, forgive my morning appearance. I wanted to make you all something... well, nice to have something in your stomachs for the day ahead. I'll go and get changed and we'll be ready for the market at noon.
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, I'll be upstairs if you need me. She starts to undo the apron, takes another piece of boar, goes upstairs.
Speaking of Octavian, he's brought up the original situation as to why I wanted to come here again.
Oh. Yeah.
He still wants an answer with that.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing the last few days you haven't had much time to think about it.
No, not really.
Well, we're not going to be around for much longer.
And he, as I say, he does want an answer on that, though.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Azura, with your predicament, we need to get more powerful people involved to see if we can find a solution. Because you understand that we can't let you do that, right?
I know.
Like, we don't want you to go back. We don't want you to die, I assume. Eventually, if you were taken back, maybe
Well,
instantly.
What would have happened if I hadn't accepted
yeah.
the offer?
See, the thing is, we don't want that to happen, but we also can't allow you to do what you're supposed to do. It's complicated, so we need more experience and people even closer to divinity to see if we can do something about it, which is why we're going to head to the Great Tree.
Just before I went to sleep last night, I heard that voice in my head again. And it said one thing. 6.
Sense that he wants to keep you appraised of your responsibilities.
Like I could forget.
But
Thinking here, Azura, is if we go to someone, we might need Orpheus for this one. This goes against his cycle. If we give them even one, if we give it, I don't know what it is, one soul, even one, we might ruin our chances of getting their help.
Yeah, that's an understandable way of thinking of it.
Your
Sending a
resistance
soul.
might give you an actual boon. Might suck. I understand, but if it comes down to it and you need to show to the gods that you resisted, you provided counter to maybe curry their favor, that might be the only way.
Should have resisted in the first place and just let them take me.
Then you would still be there.
we're going to do our utmost to find a solution for this. But the best shot we have is at the Great Tree.
Yeah.
Because no arcane magic, I don't think, is going to help us with this.
Right.
We're gonna go to. I was gonna go to the churches today, anyways, because I need to speak to Marion. I need to pray for my own sanity, and I was going to check if anyone is present at the Church of Orthus to maybe inquire about how we could go about this.
So it wasn't Ulysses that got you back then.
They said to me when I was there that the person that they had given the power to the cards to take people to that place, had tried to go back on the deal that they made. But they weren't going to let that be without something in return. So whatever, from the way I see it, whatever power he tried to use to get me back, they had the ability to just say no, I'm not going to do it. If I'm going to send them back, it will be on their own terms, which is why I'm in the boat I'm in now.
I knew we couldn't trust Ulysses.
I mean, he tried. They just denied it.
So it has the power to deny arcane.
Oh, this
Which
is
means it is beyond the arcane. So we're thinking in the right direction, going to divinity then.
that's going to rack up a bill that we cannot afford to pay in a lifetime.
Don't worry. I got a lifetime of servitude in my head anyway. I've got to serve my people in my future. That is something that I have to barter with a god in order to get something. That's a price
Maybe-
I'm already willing to pay, so. If they want temples in my city, they got temples in my city. If they want me to rule with the justice of divinity, then I will. These are prices I'm willing to pay, Scaff.
Let's just stop
So I
making
wouldn't just.
deals.
I wouldn't just. I wouldn't just vastly assume that the gods would want something in return.
That's also
Not necessarily. Yes,
They might
divine
want to, they
magic
might not.
also has its cost. That's true. But it doesn't mean that you, to put it bluntly, have to sell your soul to them.
But let's just put it out there. I'd rather sell my
No.
soul to
No.
a god than to say whatever. Now point to Azura. Whatever happened to the big guy.
We need to stop making deals with anything.
I don't blame you. I don't think you're wrong. Everything comes at a price. We'll just have to find out what it is. Could
If
be
you
anything.
if you pray to your deity, that's a different thing to selling your soul. I pray to Avia to forgiveness. She granted me a boon. But that was because I prayed to Avia. I didn't sell my soul. You're on about selling your soul. We are not selling any more souls. We are not going to be damning any more souls.
Would I know how paladins work, DM?
Give me a religion check.
Okay, just ask the paladin.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
right next to
mine.
you, but you know.
My religion, that would be a 15.
15. Of course, you've probably not met many. Zafira being your closest contact. You'd no doubt have an understanding that paladins work differently to clerics, and that clerics are blessed with abilities that use faith to pass faith. Paladins are more quote-unquote soldiers of faith. They offer an oath, and through the power of their oath...
Would I know that oath is technically a contract?
Yeah. I mean, like, it's an oath binding you to that faith, and oaths can be broken, and obviously the consequences of such, there's positives and negatives, of course. But yeah, it's pledging yourself by the means of an oath to a god, yeah.
All gods ask a price too. So
Fine.
I wouldn't want, for example, to have Severa here break her oath in any way. That would not be great. And that is the price she pays for her devotion.
There's a difference between when you choose to do something where you offer up something like a contract. Paladins are different to what you're saying. You're on about selling your soul. That is nothing. That is nothing like a paladin's contract. That is
Play
nothing
of
like.
words, Scaff. If I am to enter into the service of, say, orphans, right? I would pledge something, which, if you put it down to the absolute basics that the common man would understand, In a way, you're signing a contract. You're selling
What?
something of your time, your energy, devotion.
And what is your
Regardless
god?
of what the semantics are, Scaff, there will be a price to pay. Be that in material goods, in worship, in whatever.
What is your god
kind
known
of-
for?
I don't have one.
What is Orpheus known for?
Cycle of death.
There you go. What do you expect he would ask in return to make a contract with him?
Depends. Depends. And if the
What,
price is too
what are you
too
on
high,
about a contract for?
it's
This
play
entity,
of words.
whatever it is obviously trying to interfere with his domain. Orthus has an invested interest in doing something about this because it relates to his domain.
That is what we're betting on, indeed.
And Avia has an investment too. If innocents were to be. Not saying they will be, but if innocents were, or not even innocents, but if people were to be killed for this, in order to obtain a soul to offer, Avia would also have a stake in this.
She would. Let's go to the tree. Let's find out what aid they can provide and what hoops we need to jump through in order to get that aid. But let's at least agree, Azura, to not take a soul unless absolutely necessary.
You have my word.
Cannot catch a break. Semantics of how this is going to work aside, we don't know yet. We have a party to prepare for. And I'd rather think of drinks in my hand in some rich person's estate
First off,
today.
we need to go and buy some clothes for this party.
True, we haven't bought anything yet.
No.
We were too busy.
Yes.
You know what? Yeah, we were playing. Yeah.
There's a very, very lovely older lady with a great little stall on the market that has beautiful but simple clothes. That's where we're getting our dresses from.
Oh. Let's see if she has something stylized, shall we?
It's probably not going to be as fancy as Dorius Eye.
That doesn't need to be. I'm still blending in, sort of.
Sort of.
I don't need anything too fancy.
Sort of, Haru. Sort of. It's not a piece of meat.
It'd be nice if it was something a little bit more form-fitting.
I'm looking for a suit. And I'm thinking of a small adornment, maybe something that represents where I'm from. Because I am entering into the home of the guy who funded the erasure of my house. It would be fun to present myself and introduce myself as such, don't you?
See a reaction. Yes.
I don't think we've got enough time for them to stylize anything in that
I
sense.
don't know if
considering-
he's. I hate to interject like this, but I don't know if he's going to be noticing. Probably going to be busy eating. And
It'd be fun. It'd be a
engaging in conversation while eating.
It'd be a subtle. It'd be very subtle. You know, that's all what I'm after.
Yeah, you're always very subtle, Jin.
Sometimes, and I have to be statescraft. You know.
Sure.
Right, well, church and marketplace it is.
Yes, I definitely need to go offer a prayer up today.
I will join the expedition into Orpheus's chamber.
Can I join you?
Yes,
that.
why not?
Of course.
It might actually be not too terrible if you were to offer at least a simple prayer to Orpheus.
I was thinking of saying a word to either Orpheus or Kerecekian.
I think Orpheus is probably a good bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, start with the guy you're about to piss off.
Easy enough.
You
You're
know.
all taking last bits of pocket boar for the journey. You head out northward bound. So you'd come to the marketplace first. Should you wish to acquire clothing, you can have
The wish is
deeper conversation should you wish, or you can all simply pay a gold each and have your stuff prepared. It's up to you.
I mean, if they have like a simple 3-piece suit.
Yeah, so if you go to the same store that Zafira went to, you'll be able to get pants, shirt, and a blazer. Don't like a jacket as well. That'd be a little bit more of an ask, especially in this kind of climate. Like full suits, it's more just like the smartness of the pants, shirt, and just fucking said the word. Blazer. But yeah, you can waistcoat. That's the one.
I'm looking for basically a red with some pink in it waistcoat to go under a black suit.
Yeah, that could be done. So if you want the 3-piece, it'll with a little bit of coloration detail. That'll be 2.5 gold.
Done.
I'll have the same.
Yeah.
Lizard style.
Of lizard style, following Jin's colouring, or
No, more towards blackish.
okay.
Black with highlights of gold in it, if possible.
Little highlights.
The Doriaside Trader.
The Doriaside Trader's not there. Yeah, they're not there at the minute. Yeah, 2.5 gold for yourself then, Scaff.
But you just said gold? Black and gold?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Okay, Loki.
Azura, are you getting anything as well?
I was going to go and you know what? Yeah, I will. I'll get something here. Sort of maybe in a emerald green, kind of with a. Yeah, just actually, I quite like the idea of a gold adornment, bit of embroidery or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 2.5 gold for yourself then. That's the boys' suits sorted. After she takes all the orders with a beaming smile, you can tell she's proud of herself that she's had the opportunity to make something nice for the ladies rather than it just being, you know, someone comes up, asks for a dress, buys the dress, to be asked to, you know, tart things up a bit as well. It's always nice for a tailor to put their own spin on things. But yeah, once she's finished dealing with all the boys, she lays out a altered, slits down the side, black dress, lays it out on the front. As she starts to lay it out, she pauses and then folds it back up. Is this to be kept private, dear?
No, it's fine.
And then she lays it out across the desk for you all to see.
Yeah,
Hell.
that's exactly what I wanted. Nice. You did a great job with this.
Oh, thank you very much.
Can I pick up my sisters as well, the grey one?
Yes. She kind of, beaming with pride that you're happy with the dress, she kind of scoots back around the back. And then comes back out with Vitani's dress as well.
Very.
Hopefully you have fun at the party.
I think we will.
I've no doubt we will have great fun at this party.
Good.
It'll be magnificent.
Look at you boys, all fancy. Just takes the dresses over her arm.
Well, if there's anything else you need or last minute adjustments, please do let me know. We'll try and make sure everything's ready for the party.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you very much.
So, clothing acquired. You continue north to the church area. You can see that the doors to the Church of Want are closed. The doors to the Church of Kerecekian are open. And the doors to the Avia Orthus Church are open.
Right.
It's open today. Good.
I think I'll go to Kerecekian first. But if you want to wait, I will gladly come with you to Orthus. Otherwise, you can go ahead and I'll join you later.
I'd rather have you there with us, to be honest. You're more in tune with these things than I am.
I'd have to rake my mind a little bit on what I learned about Orthus at the Great Tree. It's been quite a while.
All I really remember is Yeah.
Okay. I'll fold up the dresses again. I'll put them in my backpack.
I'll start to open the bag of holding and then just okay.
Okay. And I'll head over to the Church of Kerecekian.
Yeah, you make your way over. The doors are open. There's not much activity in the church area. You do see one lizardkin fellow in just a simple brown robe just out in the front. Seems to be sweeping some of the sandstones from some of the loose bits of things that have blown through during the night. But part of you feels that he's just doing a job for the sake of it rather than it needing to be done, passing his time. You make your way into the Church of Kerecekian.
Yep.
Marianne is not there. There is a unfamiliar red dragonborn stood at the top. Seems to be holding a tome. There's a couple of people sitting in the pews quietly. And as you enter in, you are passed by a member of House Pursuer, a green dragonborn, who puts a couple of coins in the alms box and just walks past you.
I'll go sort of more towards the front and sit down in one of the front rows,
Yeah.
close to the statue of Kerecekian.
Yeah, hearing your footsteps approach, the red dragon looks, and just notes your presence with a warm smile, and then just goes back to reading. Yeah, easy enough. You go to one of the front pews.
Yep. I'll sit down and I'll sort of fold my hands over my lap and I'll close my eyes. And then eventually I'll bring my right hand up to my holy symbol. That sensation of warmth back that I had when I was here yesterday.
As you sit quietly and concentrate, and close your eyes, take your symbol. As you look at the statue of Kerecekian, it's strange, almost illusory, because you know it couldn't possibly be looking at you. But it certainly feels like it is, at least.
But at that, probably knowing that Kerecekian is probably aware that I'm a bit, I guess, upset, troubled. And I was just sort of praying quietly. More like a outwards, more like a mumble, but more through my head, like through my thoughts. And I'll just tell her that I'm at a bit of a loss. Because I know that with the oath I swore and my own beliefs, I cannot let Azura do what he's agreed to do for this unknown entity. And that I cannot let him take souls away from Orthus and from the afterlife that they deserve, may it be good or bad. But that I also don't want to lose Azura again, and I don't want him to die. And that I'm not sure what we're going to do now. And to basically ask for guidance.
Okay, give me a religion check.
What does a 19 get me?
A 19. You get a choice. It comes as a feeling. And you feel like you're being asked for a payment in it of sorts. So I want you to roll percentile.
Okay.
And for every spell slot that you expend, you can add a number to your
Oh boy.
roll.
Okay, for every spell slot. Okay.
But you need to tell me how many spell slots you're expending before.
I shall give my first level spell slots.
Okay. How many
which
are those?
is 4.
4 first levels. Okay.
I'll keep my second level.
Okay. So you gain 14.
15. Okay. That's that's nice number. 69.
69. Nice.
I got a 55.
Nice.
69. Nice.
With a 69, you feel that as you expend those charges, and you can, like, as you're looking at this statue, which you swear is looking at you, but you know it can't be, you hear the quiet murmurings of prayer go quiet, and you can sense, you get that feeling like you're being watched. You're not sure if it's a presence, or if it's literally everyone just knowing that you're doing something here. But everyone can sense, especially in the house of Kerecekian herself, when true faith is being performed, especially with a expenditure of divine power to bolster your efforts. You sit for a couple of minutes, go by as you just bask in the warmth and just waiting for guidance. You sense across your shoulders what would feel like a snake slither, and then it settle as if it scrolled across and come to bear across your shoulders. You feel that weight, but it's comforting, again knowing that presence. And you hear a quiet voice in the back of your mind. Continue your path. Stay true to your oath. Orthus is aware. Orthus will allow. Show of faith. Answers will come. The warmth remains as long as you sit there.
Sort of slowly nod my head. Thank you. And I'll do my end my prayer, pull my fingers over my eyes as I would. Before I open my eyes again and look up at the statue.
You look up at the statue, and whether it was at all, you're not sure, but it's in its normal position, just facing down the middle of the church, not looking at you. Uncertain whether it ever was, or whether it's just your devotion that makes you feel that way. It was pretty convincing either way.
Paige, I've just sent you a message.
All right, mate.
I need to dip, unfortunately.
All right, mate.
Someone's come up.
No problem.
Yeah.
Are you, can you leave your camera on, or have you got to go all together?
I have to go all together, I'm afraid. Someone's come up.
All right, mate, no worries. Bear with me a moment. Hope everything's all right, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no stress, mate.
Do you need me to hang on until you sort it out, or?
No, you're all right, mate. You crack on, you crack on. Won't take me a
Sorry
minute.
about that.
That's all right, mate. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Yeah, we'll carry on. I'll sort the cameras as we go.
And I'll slowly stand back up one final respectful nod towards the statue, and I'll start heading out.
Yeah, you notice as you leave, like, everyone in the church they kind of just give you they just watch. It's like you get that sense, like, everyone knows something just happened. And
I'll just give everyone who's like, who I catch looking at me, I'll just give a nod.
Just
then I'll head outside.
Yeah, there we go.
The ceiling.
The ceiling.
Ooh.
It's the truth.
The claw.
Claw.
There we go. Yeah, what were the boys doing whilst you waited for Zafira?
I would have gone into the Church of Avia and, same as a Zafira, try and seek a little bit of guidance from the Mother of Life.
I would probably just been outside, sort of just leaning against a wall or pillar of some sort.
Yeah. So you head in, Scath. Yeah, easy enough. You see the split in the church. It's whether it was architecturally intended, but the Orthus end of the church always seems a little darker than the Avia end. But similar in layout, pews along the sides, corridor in the middle, with the respective statues behind the rectory plinths and the bowls of holy water. Well, you make your way to the front and sit down.
Similar aspect of, again, like what I've done before. Just bring my forearm out, obviously with the gold on it, and just pray to Avia. It was like, some news has come across that I don't know how to deal with. In guidance is needed in this time. For one has made a deal to offer souls to the Expanse. And as the Mother of Life, one who follows you, this does not sit right.
When you say
myself.
the word expanse, you feel a cold shiver run down your spine.
Oh, they don't like that one.
And as one who is the Mother of Life, to damn someone is not the following I know. Guidance in this coming times is more than needed.
Give me a religion check.
Religion. Oh, that's only an 18.
18. You sit and you look at your gold inlaid symbol of Avia. You try to focus on it, and as you express your concern, you You know that in the past you've got the ability to call upon the divine. You've expressed your thoughts and your fears, and when you mentioned the word expanse, you felt that cold shiver. And that usual warmth you feel when you try to commune with Avia, it doesn't come. You sit for a few moments. You wait for guidance or a sign. Give me a perception check with disadvantage.
With Dissad, that was a 14.
14. You sit and you wait, and whilst you're fully aware that it's not just like picking up the phone, having a conversation, I don't know what to do, Mum. Sometimes you never get an answer at all. Sometimes it's just about expressing your thoughts and your feelings. Just hoping that you get some kind of recognition. But you reflect on that cold shiver. You almost reflex your shoulders just to... And you just subconsciously feel your attention drawn to the Orthus end of the church.
Tilt my head and look in that direction.
You look down towards... Give me another perception check now. Just flat, not a dissad. Now you're looking that way.
16.
16. As you sit and you turn and you look towards the Orthus end of the church. About this time... Zafira, did you say you were going to the Orthus church as well?
I would join Saphira at the moment that she
She comes across. You turn and you look, and you clock Zafira walk in as well. And Zafira, you notice Scath sat up at the Avia end of the church. You notice his attention turns towards the Orthus end of the church. You all look that way. You can see at the Orthus end of the church, the statue of Orthus holding its hands over his eyes. You can see that across the outside of the hands, the statue has cracked. From between the middle finger down, halfway down the forearm, on both hands. And it comes to your attention because they seem to match the cracks. Maybe, if someone had bumped it or knocked it or, there'd be damage. But it looks to... Whilst they're wild cracks, there's both of them and they match. So that comes to your attention. You notice that there is one of the black robes of an Orthus follower is strewn to one side. It wouldn't have necessarily been noticeable at first, apart from that you're looking to the side of the statue, you see the robe has been strewn. Oh, Discord went a bit funky. We back?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you see as you glance over.
I'll walk over to the statue.
I'll join.
I'll approach slowly and respectfully. Like I'm not storming over there, but I'm curious what's going on.
You can give me perception checks or investigation checks as you approach, if you want.
That, it doesn't make a difference for me.
It depends
I'll
if
do
you're
a
just like looking or if you're gonna like,
perception.
you know, actively have a look around investigating.
I'll have a. Well, I have a +1 to perception. That's better than a plus nothing to investigation. So we'll take a dirty 20 for perception.
I'll do some investigating of the actual statue.
Okay.
Thank the mother for her
Very
wisdom and go towards and meet these guys.
What was your investigating, Jin?
Basically, like the oddities about the statue, so like the crackness of them, like the arms, and maybe like the like differences in like the robes that you pointed out.
Okay. What was your roll?
Just, dirty 20.
30-20 as well. Scaff, are you gonna...
I shall have a look myself, but I don't know if I'll be doing as... Nah, I only got a 19. Not as well as these guys.
Okay. Are you just perceiving or investigating?
Investigating, because obviously I was given that to look that direction. So I'm going to investigate as well.
Okay. So, Zafira, you having a look, you can, while the boys kind of have a closer investigate, you have a look around. You look around the Orthus end of the church. You can see, for looking, very subtle, but the more you look, the more you kind of pick up, like one of those puzzles that just look like a mass of pattern. But when you really look, you start to notice things in the pattern. You start to see very subtle chains. You see one that just seems like pattern in sandstone, but you know, like trying to attribute pictures in clouds. It's almost not there, but your eyes see linked chains. You look at the robe, and the dust that has settled from the sand as the robe has been strewn across the floor. The dust on the robe could be in the shape of linked chains. You look up at one of the stained glass windows behind Orthus, where there's patterning that could be clouds or other symbology just melted into the colour. Linked chains. Scaff and Jin, as you investigate the statue itself, you look at the cracks and how it doesn't look like someone's intentionally damaged them. They seem naturally occurring, but obviously they're matching, so they look... How could this be accidental, but so clearly the same? As you look in on the inside of the cracks, Jin, very faint and subtle, the cracks are in the shape of linked chains.
Stand back or step back next to Saphira. Why do I get the impression I'm not looking at a statue of Orth?
Well, I see it too. Kerechek told me that he's aware. Very much so. And that answers will come. I don't know if we're going to get them here.
Right here, we are praying to whatever entity.
Well,
Which means the entity might not be so unknown.
Probably not.
Have we seen any Orphus, like, priests around at all during the several visits that we've had?
Yeah, there has been priests of Orthus. Like, if you want to give me history checks or religion checks, yeah, I'll wait for you to roll them.
I'll give a history for a 23.
15 for history.
Basically want to see if I can remember if there was anything, now that we know that the statue and the symbology isn't quite right, if anything in hindsight seems wrong about priests that we met.
Yeah, so in the past you've seen priests come in, like being there, and like whilst you, I suppose, might have these thoughts that maybe things aren't what they seem, or maybe like you've been thinking about the wrong deity or whatever. The faith for Orthus is a thing. You know, the history of the four deities, and this is a church of Orthus. These cracks are new. The first time you came in, they weren't there. The fact that there's a strewn robe, someone's obviously thrown off their robe, rather than hung it up. It doesn't look to have been hung and then fell. Someone's obviously just dashed it. There's no Orthus priests in there at the minute. It's just you guys.
Whatever it is has been here. Maybe that's why the church was closed. What's the word, Scath?
Someone cast off their faith.
I'll bend down and I'll pick up the rope to see if there's anything else on it. Is there like any signs that there was a fight? Is it torn in any way?
Yeah.
Is there blood on it or anything?
No struggle, no
struggle.
issue. Someone's just took the robe off, and after a hard day at work, throwing off your jacket, they've just took it off and dashed it.
I don't know what to think of this.
We're going to reach out to Orthus. Best not do it here.
That's
Not
my
now.
impression too. We need to find someone. Be of Avia.
I mean, I can try and remember what I've learned about Orthus and how to best reach out to him during my time at the Great Tree. Because you can reach out to the gods wherever you are. You don't need to be in a church necessarily.
I'm more mean for Scaff to let his people know that the other deity that occupies this roof might not be what they're used to seeing.
Scath. Zafira as well, maybe a little, but Scath in particular. If you could just if you can, Berg, just say those words again, how you just did. In reference to, yeah.
Wow. Brain.
Yeah, no worries if you can't quite recall. Basically, when Jin refers to the deity that they have been worshipping might not be what they think or whatever. And the fact that he references, probably for the first time, as you've all had these conversations and you've mentioned other realms and other beings and deals, etc. But as Jin references perhaps another deity. You both get cold shivers down your spine.
I'll instinctively put a hand on my holy symbol.
It's cold.
I'll look at the statue of Avia. Because obviously my symbol's technically imbued in my arm.
Yeah. Yeah, you look back towards the statue of Avia, intact, as you've always known it. Don't even have to investigate it, just as you would expect it to be, you know.
Did anybody just get a chill down the spine?
Karen nods.
For once, I'm happy I'm not a religious man. Could
I
that
feel
mean
like this is no longer a sacred place. I should go.
we should leave a message for the worshippers of Avia? They do share their church now with that. Pidge, would
Yep.
there be temples in Doria Sai? Like maybe shrines or something?
Yeah, there'd be places. Yeah, you know, the Shozan clan would have offered. You know, probably I wouldn't say like individual, but maybe like one building that's got shrines for people to offer their faith if they want to.
I'll take out my sending stone. This is a fresh day. This is Lord Chosen Jin. I require a tally of our coffers, and for you to tell me if there's anything amiss. Shrine of Orpheus.
A few seconds pass. Lord Chosen. Work at the temple. The work at the castle continues. But the treasury was reached. Tallying continues. We can relay a message of a completed tally and information on the temple tomorrow.
I have a hunch. And I hope I'm wrong.
I'm going to try something, Pidge. Obviously, let me know if you'll allow it. Magic's not obviously an easy thing to deal with. Now, whilst I'm in the Church of Avery still, even though we're in the Orpheus part, are you able to get, using, obviously, clerical powers, whatever, or just like the nature in magic, just to look outwards from yourself and see if something is still what it should be?
Interesting. From a mechanical standpoint, I'd probably say that's some higher level shit. I think that kind of, you know, the stuff you can do as a higher level paladin and cleric is pretty fucking insane. I think as a level 2 cleric to just, you know, whilst I'm all for the rule of cool, there's also got to be some limitation on just saying, yeah. I'll tell you what.
It's more, I'm trying to judge if. Yeah, when I spoke to Avia, I got a shiver down my spine. Obviously, didn't get like a true sense with what Jin's saying that this may no longer be
Yeah, I know what you mean.
that. It's like,
Okay. Give me a religion check. We'll see if we can wangle something.
it's only a 16.
16. I'll say, give me a percentile check at disadvantage. I'm just trying to attribute some kind of limitation to it because you are still a baby cleric. But whilst I don't want things to be impossible, because, you know, ultimately you're just trying to get a feeling, there's got to be some limitation.
So at disad, it was 56.
Okay. Still above half. Whilst you're not a follower of Orthus, Orthus is known in religious lore to be husband to Avia. As you reach out, we'll say you kind of pace up and down the church, just trying to search yourself and this link that you've got with it being bound into your arm. You're closer linked than most. And of course you had powers in the past that you lost, so you're now more regaining access to what you used to have. You try to think on your connection to Avia. And as you wander the halls, you don't get any necessarily different sense in the Avia church. There's not necessarily a warmth that gives you confidence, you know, you feel at peace, just normal in the Avia section. As you head towards the Orthus section and you're reaching out, trying to make a connection with the divine, there's no way you can put your finger on what it is, but for some reason you feel like something's not right. Like, if anything, you'd probably just feel normal in the Orthus side of the church. He's not your deity, but, you know, you're just in his church. It's just like me or you go into church, you don't necessarily feel anything. As you are reaching out, as you enter into the Orthus half of the church, maybe it's just because you're expecting something to be wrong, you know, it's hard to tell, but something doesn't quite feel right.
Okay. Something's definitely not right here.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. I'll place the robe over like the back of a pew. We're heading towards the exit.
Hoping I'm wrong. And it's just this temple.
Mm-hmm.
But if my hunch is correct, something might be attempting to displace. Which means we're looking at a feud of some proportion. All I'll say is, tiny glasses and umbrella.
I wouldn't worry too much about the gods. They'll be able to handle themselves. We'll have to keep faith, move forward.
I'm not worried about the gods per se, my dears.
We'll get our answers.
If I was to say I wasn't scared, I'd be lying at this point.
I understand. I feel the same, but we have to keep moving.
This is the effect of a day. We'll find out. Tomorrow I'm getting news from Doria's side.
Listen, it's maybe the effect of a day, but that also means that Orthus is now handling it in a way.
Pitch.
Yes, mate.
In Locktarpin, obviously I know there's obviously the church. Obviously being from Locktarpin, do I know if there's any temples of Orthus in?
Yeah, so there's, with it being a major city, it's a cathedral in Locktarpin. And you know that there's like dedicated sections within the cathedral to the four deities.
I'm going to take my sending stone out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say it's attuned to my sister.
Mm-hmm.
Just ask Sarazella. Go to this the church, the cathedral, and ask if there's anything that feels wrong. And let me know if they feel anything wrong. Or anything feels different.
A few seconds later, a familiar voice comes through your stone. Well, hello, brother.
Go ask first before you answer, dang!
I will head to the church, the cathedral, and I will get back to you shortly.
Okay, she's magic.
I can't reply.
Yeah, I don't think there's more we can do right now. We can try and reach out to Orthus, just not here. Maybe if we use the... No, not to the bag of holding.
We could.
It might be easier.
There's a part of him in there, so some connection.
Head back to the guild house for now?
Yes.
I need to pick up another thing from the market. We still need to pick up jewelry.
Let's maybe do that first.
Yeah. Easy enough. You head back through the marketplace on your way to the guild house. You can collect your jewellery. As expected, to the specifications listed. Your sets of chains to adorn the dress. With a smile, presented with the chains that come wrapped in a soft linen to keep them shiny. Keep them protected.
Shiny.
Yeah. Easy enough.
I'll also take the horn adornments for my sister.
For Vitani, yeah, no problem. No problemo. The chains on the horn adornments are a little thicker than expected, but they're perhaps a bit more robust to Sit on the horn, whilst yours are, I suppose, a little more delicate as to make your dress pretty. They're like not chunky, but a little thicker chainage. After you've passed your time at the jewellery store, you're making your way back towards the guild house. Say a good 10, 15, 20 minutes has passed. Scath, you get a voice in the back of your mind. Only me. Been to the cathedral. Everyone seems fine. The children are progressing well. Everyone seems faithful. I'm not terribly sure what you wanted, but no one's saying anything's wrong. Hope you're okay.
If I could reply, I'd say
You
thank
can reply to that one. You can tell that it was ascending. You know your sister's a massive wizard. The stones are one a day, but this is Cerizella.
I'll just reply back. Thank you for checking. It was just a hunch I needed double checking, but it's good to see that everything is absolutely fine. And we will be off to the Great Tree in the next few days. So that's to look forward to. Miss you all.
A few seconds pass by. You receive another message. You miss us all. How sweet. Say hi to your friends for me. Tell Jin that Nak accepted the role as Guildmaster and was sworn in. Stay safe on your journey. Let me know if you need anything.
If I can reply again, I'll be like, that is some of the best news we've heard in a while. That will happily cheering him up. And you know I will if I need help.
Miri.
Beery.
Very.
Jin,
Ah, yes, yeah.
I've got some news about your brother.
Don't tell he's taking up pottery.
It's worse.
Oh no.
He's a florist.
Oh, nice.
But a bit of good news.
Hmm.
He has been sworn in as the Guildmaster of Loctorpian.
Nice.
Say that suits him.
Does keep his mind occupied.
So, I mean, that's a bit of good news for us.
Just look at us, all these siblings in high places.
Preferential quest treatment on law. I should have ring my
In
hands as I
In
keep walking.
Loctorpian, at least.
That's somewhere.
Leverage.
My sister's the captain of Loctorpian. We've now got your brother as the Guildmaster of Loctorpian. Oh, we're going to rule the city.
Okay, squad leader. Whatever you say.
Careful now, you may grow a big head. Oh wait.
Listen here, you whippersnappers.
Okay, old man. Fine.
I look
That was
younger out of
supposed to
everyone.
be.
Well, let's go get our rest of our stuff.
I am terribly curious to see what you're going to look like in those suits.
We're gonna look
You are.
fucking amazing. We're gonna look like gods.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Close enough.
So, get back to the guild house, no problem. I think with Biggie not being here and with us in a bit of timey-passy flux, what I might suggest is that if there's any plans we need to make, we'll probably, obviously because we're going to have next week and then we're away for a few weeks, we'll see if we can crack straight into some stuff next week. Maybe have a bit of time at the start of the session to, have some conversational bits, make some plans, da-da-da-da. But rather than, burn most of the session talking and then not have time to get into the thick of it. I think if we... So is there anything that we need to do in particular in preparation for the party? To make sure that we've got everything that we need, etc.
I think we've got all the moving bits. We just need to discuss in what order we'll use them.
Yeah, so we've picked up all clothes and everything that we wanted, so we don't need to do that. We've been to church. I think the only thing we need to do really is just wait for the party time and go.
I think we need to work out how we're going to basically stealth away Jin and Scaff without Azura not really noticing. Or without anyone really noticing. So I guess that's something we're going to have to plan somehow without...
Yeah.
Or we're just gonna have to have a conversation, the three of us, in private about it. Somehow.
That'll be pretty much it, I think.
Yeah, and then we just have to go. Because hopefully Zephyr will be a good enough distraction.
I've seen the pictures.
I've seen the pictures.
We've all seen the picture.
Not seen the pictures.
Soon.
Soon, TM.
Soon.
Next week at the latest.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make your plans now, just before we end the session, I suppose capitalise on... capitalise. I mean, with Biggie not being here.
Yeah.
Capitalists. I get it.
How would we disappear in a crowd of people?
I'll just
Go
sort
to the
of...
toilet and then disappear in the toilet.
I'll just sort of take Azura ahead a little bit, I guess, as we're walking. Just get into a conversation with him about stuff. If he has thought about what Tuvian has said, for example. If he's paid it any mind, and I'll let them talk about how they want to do things.
Cool. Yeah.
So I throw you through a window, then you shade away, and then there'll be a
Let's do
distraction.
get help.
Yeah. Let's do get help.
Let's do get help.
Get help.
You love it.
Help.
I am not doing get help.
We should really totally do get help. But with a randomer that passes by. That way it will be get help.
Yeah, it will be. In all seriousness, I think if we can make ourselves scarce at some point, we can go invisible somewhere more secluded, and then reconvene at the entrance, but we first do need to find the end.
I'm gonna say
That'll be a challenge.
because we really need to do it when we're both together. Because obviously, I need to be able to cast my ability so we can actually disappear. Because otherwise, I know you're sneaky, but there's only so much sneaking you can do when you're not actually invisible.
10 minutes.
Is 10 minutes going to be enough for that?
I don't know. But to disappear, to get out, probably not.
And we kind of need a signal that we both know, so we know where each other is without. How are you going to do that when we're both invisible?
I know. Apart from throwing a pebble into the middle of a room, I don't really see any other.
Caw, caw.
Ducky!
Oh, the birds are loud tonight.
Tucky.
Quack, quack.
Is that a duck? I've not seen a duck in Kerecekian ever.
How do I know what a duck sounds like? I've never seen one.
Yes, the Kerecekian ducks coming back
those
from
Kerecekian.
migration.
Those furry four-legged Kerecekian ducks.
Whack.
Brilliant.
But if it's going to be as busy as we anticipate, I mean, waiting a little bit of time for people to actually get a few drinks down them, and then they'll just pass it off as, well, they're intoxicated. They'll have seen something that was there 1 minute, the next it's like, did I actually see that?
We'll do it later in the evening for sure.
But then that might be, it's like, yeah, it's probably better to do it in the evening or later on. When
We've
everyone
had
likes
something
it.
to drink.
Yes. If we can get Zafira and Azura to force people to drink, that might be, well, yeah. But I think I mean, without knowing the layout, it's going to be just hard to even attempt it and even try and come up with a plan. So you've got the benefit of being. Have you still got your ring of looking through walls?
Yes, and I can do it twice now.
So that'd be good. So if you can use that, and then we are able to find a secret room, you know, we can at least then start looking at making my way downtown. Start working towards getting down there.
I would still prefer to find the room without having to use the ring. Because I would like to use the ring for when we run into things that we cannot easily decipher. And I can just look through a wall and find the trap mechanism. If that makes any sense.
Yes, it makes sense, yeah. It's definitely a good sense of use, isn't it?
But rather safe the charges, as it were. That being said, though, find it, reconvene.
Stukov 81 just raided with
make
4
ourselves
viewers.
sparse. We disappear. We make our way to there, hopefully together.
Well, that's the thing. So, once we acquire the item, what is the plan? Are we scarpering straight to house to give them the statue, or what?
I don't want to have that thing on me any longer than I absolutely need to. So I think it will be a late night visit.
So we're thinking, get the item, just us get straight out of there as quick as we can, get to the house.
So maybe. A situation might require me to be back up top. You can probably disappear and run the item out. I cannot turn back invisible. I can only do that once.
Yeah.
So you can run it. And we will exit the party the normal way, as if nothing happened.
Yeah, we could, I mean, acting drunk as we're leaving, as if we've had a bit too much to drink.
Obviously. Don't say the quiet power out loud.
But yeah, I don't think there's much we can really discuss because we don't know the layout. We don't know what we're going to encounter. We just know what we're going to do, which is, I think, our only plan at the moment.
We can discuss how we're going to get in, which is the important part, I feel.
We're going to go in through the front door.
Oh, yeah. That is... Yes.
That's what she said.
Yes.
There's a reason why I've made my suit black. I don't want to stand out.
I mean, I just made my suit. I bought a black suit because it looked cool, but yeah, black because it's selfie, sure.
My water's empty. I can't hydrate.
Oh no!
Not the tea.
I'll just pretend. Refreshing.
Thanks, Duke.
They're nice.
Scaff and Jin, just in the interest of potential. Give me intelligence checks.
Intelligence checkos. The straight intelligence?
Yeah.
18.
17.
Okay. So as you're planning and discussing, and you reference that it's hard to make a plan when you don't know what to expect, you don't know the layout, etc., etc. I'll ask to see if I can inspire self-thought, but what do you think you could come up against? What obstacles, hindrances, other than just how you're gonna get there, can you think that you might have to deal with?
Guards, traps, magic, people.
Doors.
Okay.
And do player's greatest weakness, a door.
A door.
Doors.
Remember,
That's what I fear it come across.
Remember, if you can't pull it, push it.
I actually had a sliding door in one of my D&D towers. It was great.
Doesn't push.
Oh,
Paul, fuck!
So
It must be
cruel.
locked. No, it's a sliding door.
So I suppose,
Aww.
yeah, there's I think you mentioned a lot of good suggestions there.
We should probably get access to a crowbar, maybe some lockpicking tools.
Don't you have them already?
Short sword. I guess. Don't make a habit of picking lock.
I mean, we should really get some lock-picking tools.
I do actually have thief tools.
Oh, who knew it? I thought you did.
Don't let Severa hear.
You dodgy bastard. Is there anything we really should buy?
Got Molotov cocktails.
No. No. Let's not set anything on fire, yes? We know how this ends. We know how fire with us ends.
I was hoping to put you on fire. You know, that'd be quite a show.
You'll never let that go, will you?
It's too funny not to.
Next time I do it, I'm going to do it deliberately. Just so you're aware. Deliberately.
I deserve that.
Where's my sacred flame?
Maybe a crowbar. Some sandbags with some actual sand in them in case we need to provide counterweights.
That's actually...
I would bring a tower shield, but that's a little cumbersome to bring with us.
What do we need a tower shield for?
A fireball trap.
I don't think that would save us.
Save me. I don't care about you.
Wow.
Anyway, I do think some basic essentials. We're still semi in the market, I guess, right?
Yeah. If there's stuff you need to get.
So I'll try and find some general supply store. There's probably someone that sells like sandbag, considering there was a risk of flooding before, something along those lines.
Jin.
Yeah.
Do we still have the Misty Step scroll?
I'd have to check. I don't know the contents of the bag of holding on top of my head right now.
Because if we could get a couple of Misty Step scrolls, that could be helpful
I'm not
as
made
well.
of money.
Well,
We're doing this to get more money.
yeah, but we need to spend some money to accumulate money.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be an investment bro soon.
You've got to
buy my courses.
You've got to speculate to accumulate.
Scav the
Somehow
finance,
like
bro.
you less than 5 minutes ago. I don't know.
Right. Well,
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, though, Jin. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Well, I'm not.
What supplies do you want to acquire? And
Top of my head right now, I'm looking at like some smaller sandbags to use as like counterweights or something.
You can acquire small sandbags for 5 silver each.
That's some expensive ass sandbag.
Commodity.
We've got a desert. Mate, we've got a desert right outside.
It's the bags that you need, not the sand. The sand's everywhere.
The sand's everywhere.
Sand's free, but you've got to have the items to put them in.
How much are the bags?
5 silver.
Bastards.
Each.
Fine, I'll take 3 sandbags.
Okay. 1 gold, 5 silver.
Slightly muttering under my breath, getting ripped off here.
It's just like the saying, you can sell sand to an Arab at this point.
Yeah, it's called spice. Let the spice flow. How much would a set of thief tools run me?
Let's have a look. $25 gold. But if you want to barter with a persuasion check,
I have one. Worried it might break.
so because you've got them and you're probably quite proficient in them, you'd know that, at least the way I do things, you'd probably be quite hard pressed to break them unless you fuck it up. You know, if you perhaps fail multiple attempts to pick a lock, you know, or you're like really roll low, you know.
Okay.
It's
Then
not as if you like fail a lockpick and bust your 25 gold's worth of thieves' tools, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Good. In that case, I'll probably not pick up set of thieves' tools. I am gonna look for some like basic looking tools, like a chisel and a hammer and a crowbar.
Yeah, so that'd be like mason's tools, I suppose.
Particularly, I am specifically looking for like, be able to like maybe chisel away a piece of stone to like get to like a mechanism.
One of them like hand drill things.
I'm looking for a full set. I'm just looking for a chisel and a hammer and a crowbar. Like, you know?
Yeah, I'll say in that. Yeah, we'll say it'll be 15 gold, or you can give me a persuasion check to maybe haggle a little.
Try and persuade the price down.
Yeah.
Like 15 gold, you said?
Yeah, 15 gold will get you the bits you need: your hammer, your chisel, and your crowbar.
I'll look at like this like sort of tool set that they're selling. I'm just like, spots of rust. 10 gold.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check.
Well, that's not gonna be great. I don't have a plus to that at all, so it's an 11.
11. Let me roll to counter it. The D20. That's a 6. Brilliant. You get your hammer, chisel, and crowbar for 10 gold.
Nice.
What did I'm better than me?
And crowbar. I'll sort of wrap them in like some cloth that I might have on hand and put it in the back of holding, like, whoop, it's gone.
Yeah.
And then if there's any like scroll stands, like any like scrolls like Misty Step or what we can buy as well, or see how much they are. Just all along them lines.
There is a stall that has, you know, there's I think I've described it before. There's parchment and scrolls and bags to put scrolls in and the like. But let me just have a little. Bum 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 bum. Misty Step is not a very high level spell, is it?
No.
It's a second level conjuration spell. Yeah, so they're not cheap. So the prices start at, well, it's 50 gold per tier of the spell.
I didn't think it was that expensive, Jesus.
So it'd be 100 gold per scroll of Misty Step. You can always try to persuade.
Yeah, my persuasion's not that good when I get a -2 to persuasion. Do they have any like levitate scrolls?
Levitate.
I'm pretty sure levitate is higher magic.
It's a higher level spell, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's second level. Yeah, so again, be 100 gold.
Fuck. Okay, well they're out of the question.
Sorry,
I'm
brother.
just
Tried
looking.
to warn you.
I'm just looking. There's no harm in browsing. He goes away like thinking, shit, I'm poor.
Haven't been making any money for weeks.
I don't think I've been paid since we
Saphira
left
has
Salgar.
walked away. No, that's up to you. Right then, gang, before we get into the thick of it, we'll wrap up there. Good stuff. So we're here next week. Hopefully we don't all melt.
There's a chance to that.
Yeah, there is a chance. But yeah, after next week, we've got 3 weeks off. So it would be quite good if we get in next week, see how this party goes, see what the boys can come up with, see where things go, one way or another. A couple of perhaps...
We do some vibing up top and some stealing down low.
Indeed. Some interesting, maybe, developments learned. We'll see how things go. Thank you all for watching. Thanks again, Stukov, for the raid. Appreciate it, my boy. Nice to see you. Join us next week for the
another exciting episode.
Exciting episode of Kerecekian Duty. Yes, I look forward to it. Get this party and raid underway. Have a good week, everybody. Stay safe, hydrate, look after yourselves in this heat. We'll see you all soon.
Ciao for now.
Ciao, ciao.
Do.